Hello everyone, we're back. We're back, Jesus. Actually no, because I don't know if it's gonna start me where I did the save. So let's, just in case, like, I'm kind of paranoid about that sort of thing. Right, we saved right before the, whatchamacallit in this game. The judicial findings thing. Right. Oh boy. We're gonna have to deal with more British people. I don't like that. Like, is the game good? Yes, actually, really, really good. I am enjoying it. Do I like the fact that I have to spend so much time around the English? No. That's a me problem. I'm a little English phobic. But can you blame me? For pity's sake, that little nipple's oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? Do you have to? First words that I have to read and it's like literal. Ugh. Okay, fine. Why am I even complaining? At this point, it's usual. It's usual. I don't even know what. I don't even know. If he said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes, then why it can only have been the victim? The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. You don't know that. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yeah, nice shop that. But bourbon books, no, not worth the visit. With only minor exceptions, the only reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Oh dear. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. Why did he have to run away like that? I mean, that's a normal thing. I would argue running away from like that kind of scene is a normal reaction. Like, most people get a little horrified by a corpse, so I'm not surprised. And what are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue... Yes, I know. I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Well, 4 of them at least. Exactly. We have no choice but to forge forward. Boy. I don't see anything that could be used to my advantage, is the worst part. You have the floor, Consul. Begin your submission examination. Yes, my lord. I just need to keep this trial going somehow. Whatever it takes. Come on, Renosuke, you can do it. I think I don't have anything here. I don't see anything that I can, like, use to pit one person against the other. So I might as well press everyone to see if they change their statements. So then I can see if I can have something to pit them against each other. Like I can't see anything.
Hold it!
Excuse me, but aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face, or the side of it anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? The That's right, after the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. And it was all going swimmingly until you started fussing around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Sorry? Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Oh, well, you know, at the end of the bridge. Now there's all the rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me non-stop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. And free to make up my mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change this man's mind, given our awkward history. Oh dear, I wonder what's become of Mr. First now. I'm sure he's fine. Surely. Hold it! You're right, at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. His mustache is fine. Why are you being racist about his mustache? But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. The man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed for his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, don't you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? This bitch is also getting thrown out of a window. I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could have possibly committed this awful crime. If no one else could have done it, the accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. Your argument is compelling in simplicity, I must admit. Ah, my, you are too kind, my lord. That went well for her. Hold it! But you can't deny that there are other routes Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Ah, yes, like you drew on the map, you mean? What was it, Calabash Road or something? Precisely. And it seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at that moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Oh, yes, that's true as well. God dang it. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you're going to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went along, home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I had given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone to the Calabash Road way, I'd be different. I'd be happy to reconsider my position in that case. Honest, I would. A reason why Sōseki-san may have taken the longer way road, the longer way home. Yes, a good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one. Hold it! Whatever is the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garideb, aren't you? The landlord who runs Mr. Natsume's room? Mr. Natsume's room? The master's wife? Where do you get your ideas, sir? I'm the maid, you understand. She's keeping up the charade. This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd be selected for the jury in this trial, I mean? Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. I was in the letter. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. I see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant takes lodging in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that is right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who would commit a crime such as this? Ah, my goodness, yes, me. He's just the sort. What? Spending all his time in the dark and dingy rooms, sporting an unscrupulous mustache. That man never speaks, and don't get me started on the shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Oh dear, poor Natsume, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just call him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already. Hold it! A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Now get clever with me, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Ah. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do the wife and kids. Oh, I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left, right, and center. They have to cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dawn till dusk, it is. So you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just around the corner from where it all happened, by the old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence. That's right, Midstrom Street it was. Midstrom Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. You're number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Okay, before that, I want to press you. Just in case. Sorry? Fold it, you say? For what? No, what I said was, hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon. It would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Ah yes, no mistake there, I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? Well, I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on ice and dunked my head. It's always worse after the snow stops falling. That's when it's most slippery. It's slippery when wet, you see. Knocked myself clean out, I did. I really thought my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right. I lived in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get back from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry, extremely sick. No, I'm quite alright now. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. It sends a shiver down my spine to hear the members of the jury so convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt. but I can't help feeling that some of their opinions are rather subjective. I agree. It's the irrelevance of what some of them are saying that sends a shiver down my spine. Still, at least some of their assertions don't actually incriminate Mr. Natsume or of anything. That's something. We must use that to our advantage, Mr. Naruhodo. Cunningly. Yes, you're right. Let's listen to the jurors again carefully. And if any of their assertions are at odds, I'll pit them mercilessly against each other. Yes, don't hold back. Pit them all against each other. I mean, I think it's easy in this case. Now that I have something, like... This makes sense to me. Those two statements are clearly at odds with each other. At odds, Consel? Explain yourself. Please, don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Well, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir. What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's being said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookshop to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we know that there were works being carried out on Mission Street, making it impossible. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Mission Street and down Raya Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Well, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? He must have had a good 2 years or more of the payment up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. Yes, I suppose he must have. Yeah, I suppose that will be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the house on his way back from the bookshop. But we see now that he had no choice. Yes! My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes? I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. Yes, I'd like to see this trial continue so we can get to the bottom of what really happened. What about you, sir? Who, me? Well, alright then. If there's a hole in the prosecution's argument, it should be filled in, that's what I say. Almost there. Oh, well done, Mr. Naruhodo, that was wonderful. Well, we managed to change a couple of minds at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. Yes, and it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stances as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if we could identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume, we might be able to tip the balance completely. Yes, that's exactly what we got to do. And 6 is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent, by whatever means we have at our disposal. Hi, 1-6. How's your vampire ass? Thank you, Counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Yes, my lord. The only other thing that I can think of... Like, he slept and he wears green. And she insists that he can only be the victim, but if it's at the same time and he's also wearing green and he was wearing green back then, like... It could very well be those two. Objection! Those two statements are clearly... Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the jury's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, Counsel? Well, juror number 2? Juror number 6? My, whatever do you mean, sir? Whatever do you mean, sir? I think perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There's at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt, the bookshop receipt, why do I feel like I'm pronouncing that like it's not receipt? Receipt? I feel like I'm mispronouncing that, but I think that I'm not, but I also feel like I am. Anyway, the receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no recollection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all well aware of this. The poor young woman who was stabbed, obviously. Sure thing, girlie. Can we really be sure of that, madam? My, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. Oh, my nose. E.T. The same afternoon that was... that same afternoon there was someone else apart from the victim who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. Why are you making that expression? My goodness, you mean... That's right, I'm referring, of course, to hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapsed in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman on the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Sorry, you need a pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapsing in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Royal Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my! And there you have it, folks. Oh my nose. You idiot old man! If you hadn't been so daft to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What do you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days, hmm? Is it a crime to sleep over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume. I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. What? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Well... Okay, that worked out. That worked out right. Well, the summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. The A is 2, the no's 4, so the no's have it. Not guilty, they say. Then we might actually get it easy, get out of the situation easy. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue.
Objection!
Piece of shit. Can you not? Can you not? Can you not? Now there's glass everywhere. Could it seem churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in this dust? Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord 6? Wait. Okay, but 6. Real question. How much money do you waste on chalices per day? Because I think that your economy must be in shambles. It seems I must retract my earlier remark. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these theories with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Easter entertainer. Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed. Stalwart Judder number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, yes, sir? Damn it. That's right, took me the whole day and they paid me a measly twopence for it. Now, my Japanese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Oh, well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by anyone of moderate vigor. Will you not agree, my stalwart friend? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong now. What? And you've a chance to erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works. I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had the hope of passing anyway, and we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kid just jumps right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman, as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Is that true? Is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. Crush in a single sentence. An old man. Cool, man. You can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question you slipped and fell on Calabash Road. Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? Oh, yeah, I can say I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Ah! Order, Lord Rank 6, explain yourself. Yeah, you're being kind of like a douche. You're being kind of like a douche. My lord, if you had such a treacherous argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. So, my learned friend, the day's sightseeing turn of London is now over. What are you talking about? Also, why do you do that? Like the cape thing? Like, again, who do you think you are? Dracula Castlevania? My lord. The prosecution requests permission to call his next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses and walk their balls. It's next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. Yes, I remember. One of them being a scolded yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright. I had a yawn stuck in my throat for some reason. I apologize. I sleep well, like I'm not even tired. I'm just, brain dead as usual. Alright, no matter who Van Six brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Sōseki-san. I know he's innocent, and I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Yeah, don't worry about it, sweetie, we can make it happen. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the cut. Constable Rabbits SAH. Nothing to report on the streets, huh? Oh, it's just something they say, I guess. And I'm Miss Pitt. Patricia's my name. I'm proud to say I'm this young town's hero's wife. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband's I was asking about. He seems tired. Oddly surprising. Whilst being an honorary occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? I'm sure I heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers stretch some 20 miles a day, They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the street, check the mirrors are reading through. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean, and lighting and extinguishing our street lights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. But the London Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Riot Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, Riley? Constable Riley Beat, sir. Nothing to report on the street, sir. What a great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. It was already an anniversary and Riley was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor, and then the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at the nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Riley and I both saw him as clear as day. Well, this is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Is it, though? Is it? Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, we're fucking, well, done for. Like, super fucking done for. The alternative course of events that you establish in the summation examination will be quashed. Also that is dead now, in fact. Because that alternative was never viable in the first place. But an unfortunate breaching. Be changing. Chasing? Is that a word? Why are you so weird, British? And on your wedding anniversary too. I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed. However, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without doubt the accused Mr. Sōseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less, so you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. I mean, I would hope that people appreciate me, although I don't feel like that's the case most of the time. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Fear that I'm in a situation where I'm gonna have to praise every statement again. It's like there's nothing. I need them to say something incriminating. Hold it! Or like, weird. The time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss Wheat? Ah, no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can do the job, can't you? I think Raleigh looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down the ground, doesn't it, darling? Ah, well, I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, really, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Oh dear, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right, sir. Yes, although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, sir. I'm the proud owner of this. I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, sir, proves that I'm a London copper. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Ah, and for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. Incredible. But sir, because on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Wheat put up with a lot being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Okay. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Oh, what a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps. And then, kindly describe what happened next. Hold it! Two silhouettes, like a silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, scaramouche. That's right. They were coming towards us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. There was a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, unlike Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And... sorry. And you're certain that at the time there was nobody else nearby? Ah, yes, quite certain. It was dark with our streetlight on Bryan Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all, isn't that right, my darling? Yeah, that's right. Of course, there was a light fall on the ground. But Bryan Road is just straight and you could see a fairly long down to pavement. And then there's the streetlights as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. The first leaf takes a firm home your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure what you just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends a day every day keeping watch on the streets, I swear to it, sir. As I'm sure, as my, I'm as sure as my love for Patricia's true. Oh, Pat. Rally. They're still maintaining there was no one else around other than the victim and the attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed?
Hold it!
Scatter something. What do you mean by that? Ah, well, I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then when we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Yes, that's right. It was some more books. I see. More books. Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed. As clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did it.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established the defendant was indeed the attacker. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock without question, sir. The mustache, the hunchback, the cat-like eyes, the torn mouth, the snub nose, everything. Any more insults you want to throw in? Maybe more racism? Just to add to it? That's right. He looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please continue. Yeah, ta.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the pride wife for one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, that's right. I asked Miss Reed to go. I was off duty by that point. But a Bobby's never been truly off duty, of course, so I felt it right to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police books. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on the crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police was for the beat. The incident fell under so she could go report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There is nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your sweet response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Yes, sir, what Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we?
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? We absolutely could. All us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street was more than enough. And my husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. It's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, alright, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes our eyes very sharp, you see. I'm quite sure that's not how fog works. That's why we can tell you for sure and certain that it was the little Japanese man we saw. Can we, darling? Yeah. It was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunchback, the cadillac eyes, the town man, the snub. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Sōseki-san they saw running away from the scene of the crime. So that's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? Apparently! What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Bede saw what they say they saw. God, we're fucked. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Raya Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! Then what do we do? If Kazuma-sama were here... What are you trying to say? I think he would try to find a contradiction somewhere else within their testimony. What do you mean somewhere else? The statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal, calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of the testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. But simply, we must focus on finding a discrepancy in these statements somewhere. If we don't, I'm afraid the trial might reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course, what is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we tell you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. What? No. Oh, no, it's not really... No, it's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. That will do, Miss Beat. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. I really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. But perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat? Might that appease you? Thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Well, darling. I could even tell you the names of the 4 books he dropped at the scene. Bitch, you fucked up. There's only 3. There's only 3 books there. You fucked up, bitch.
Protection.
So you're saying that there were 4 books? That's right, I remember all of them. The picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's Its Yearnings, I'm Here for Someone, and the thing among him something. I'm sorry, Miss Beat. First of all, those are not even real books. Clearly you don't remember them. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what flaw? Simply that at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. Oh, I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry? It's that big old lump of the dead body. That lady so large her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book, that's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. I'm sorry, Miss Pete. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you describe. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assertion, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume. Ah, evidence. Well, let me check for a second, because... let's see... Yeah, it's 3 books, so fuck you. Counsel, you will present evidence to substantiate your claims or withdraw it. What proof do you have that the accused did not drop 4 books? Second half book receipt.
Take that!
I don't know why my brain wants to read as recipe. It's like, no, it's receipt. God damn. The evidence is right here in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Yes, it's literally there. 4 books are listed. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. So it cannot be denied that though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, no!
Objection!
Boy. It's plainly evident that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my Japanese friend. What? What cannot be denied is that these 2 witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Ah. So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Will that be fair? This is right through me. Though your plans have somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony in every respect. Ow? You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene of Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. But what about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 of them can be seen in that print. In that print, you mean to say? Bro! The glass! Allow me to present another, one that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. Oh, you motherfucker. I don't believe it. It's the fourth book. As you will observe, the fourth book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No, no! Order, order!
There, you see, look at that, look.
Yes.
It's just like I said, isn't it, my darling?
Yeah, sir, but Jesus is always right, sir. Let him study the receipt for the book's purchases of the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please.
Oh yes, of course, the picture of Monsieur somebody or other.
The picture of Monsieur Lequac,
What's its yearnings?
Canterbury's yearnings,
A meal for someone.
a meal for Gabriel, in fact. As the court has his head, the witness remembers the book's titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional.
Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment.
Yes, flawless, Patricia's flawless.
But
There are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly, the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Concept, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not at all, my lord. As the photograph clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? I wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it was another look by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. We'll submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please. Counsel? My pleasure, my lord. Second crime scene. 4th book. The persecution rests. Okay, while you rest, I'm gonna check that book. Yeah. Oh, look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right. You'll never be able to read it in this state, especially not the larger pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does that seem to raise a red flag with me? Let me see. It's a book entitled The Lion's Pride. I'm afraid I don't know any English literature at all, so it wouldn't be something I've heard. Wait a minute. The Lion's Pride? That's strange. I think I have heard of a book by that name before. And very recently, too. It's a title I recognize too, Mr. Naruhodo. Yeah, okay. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining yet, but futile. This furious longer route of the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your submission examination, and the attempt to discredit another witness's powers of recollection in your cross-examination. Futile? I walked right into these, didn't I?
You see, everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling?
Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have to make all too apparent already? You have heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. No, you haven't. This trial has run its course.
Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position.
I know!
But if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse.
Think, Ryonosuke, think! What do you do now?
Bitch, we raise an objection for this shit.
Objection!
I'm not done yet. No, my love friend, it's over. The last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. Come on, I didn't fail, I just had a little accident. The die has been cast, there is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... Oh, I can't think of what to say.
If I may, Lord Van Six, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point.
Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this.
Oh.
Do you have to be like that, you piece of shit? I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinions invaluable. Asshole.
Mr. Naruhodo.
One of these lands' greater guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam.
Go ahead, Mrs. Sato. Please.
Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further?
Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished.
Yeah? I don't know where she's going with this. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you?
Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think?
Oh god, my nose is so itchy today. It rained yesterday, and now it's cold, and it used to be hot, and I guess the allergies are back because of it, because my body is a temple in the sense that it's crumbling, and it could be, it could fall onto itself at any minute. Like, it's a temple in like archaeological dig site kind of sense.
It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof that we've been waiting for. The judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible.
Yes, I understand, and thank you, Mrs. Sato. This is it. Sato-san has managed to win us one last chance here. I can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case and has hitherto been overlooked. Yeah, the book, actually.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print at the crime scene. The fourth book found in the victim's hand.
Objection!
We have already discussed the fourth book at length. Other than it being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a fragrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained an hitherto undiscovered clue. I must insist that you elaborate, counsel. You will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear?
Yes, my lord. It's, Mr. Naruhodo, I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. Yes, I think you might be right.
So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case which this fourth book conceals?
Got it!
I would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question.
Back? What do you... Good gracious! It's been burned to a crisp.
So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend?
Oh,
Why are you asking that? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some real clue as to what happened that day? Pray, do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide?
a charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory.
Don't keep us waiting any longer then, counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage this sorry Tom has suffered?
Well, the owner, because we know who the owner is. My lord, the burn on the back of the book reveals a startling truth about the book's owner.
I beg your pardon.
But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor. After all, it obviously has. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the questions of who the book really belongs to and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers.
Good gracious, how can you possibly?
Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay the inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry.
Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burned book?
He's gonna have to explain this shit to me.
Take that!
The answer is that the books belong to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. And as a certain Mr. and Miss Garrideb, the landlords. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Miss Garrideb herself. Oh my goodness, me! I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garrideb's house? I would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir.
Objection!
This is outlandish behavior. This woman is accused landlady, you say. You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You've besmirched her without a shred of evidence. Your actions are unforgivable.
This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Drebb's house.
Good lord, what sort of incident, Counsel?
A fire, my lord.
Right to say, it was happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke, couldn't see a valley thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. The valley furniture started going up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride.
The Lion's Pride.
By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate.
Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is reasonable. I have told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire. In which case, it would be reasonable to assume that it was burned to ashes. And entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself from the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you really? Absolutely not, sir. Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sir.
Well, my favorite old novels in that case. But as soon as the fire got all of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. Then the wife started hurling things at me. There was I back up against the window and the heavy enemy fire, incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. The man had his back up against the window, and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious! Are you suggesting that the book was thrown through a window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted at the very beginning of the incident, and there is no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also saw no sign of broken glass when we visited the Garrideb's household. But is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time in... Not even remotely! Let us not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. Near would ever leave that window open in the middle of winter. Ah. Does the defense postulate this scenario? No, seriously, counsel. Do you honestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife? I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. Well, I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward, a mean coward. Really? Claiming that a little thief set out the whole neighborhood of light. Honestly, implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case. Not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. No, I assure you that was never my intention. Bragging up a standing citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. I should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable.
Alright. Here we go again. How long have we sat here now listening to this nippany spouting out his fancy foreign theories? But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could have possibly stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with a mustache, and he ran away from the scene too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Sorry, what was that? God fucking damn it, we're back to this shit, are you kidding me? You know, in the real world,
the fact that she did this would be illegal. Just saying. Like, the fact that she's a juror would be illegal because she's too connected to the case to be a juror, like to have like an unbiased opinion just by working in the building when where sōseki lives, arguably. Well, it appears the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord 16? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No! Wait! The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... My dude! If books are your predilection, my land friend, study them on your own time. He's ruining that he's ruining the desk. What? No, forgive the discourtesy this time? Asshole. In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now set your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty!
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
We're fucked again. Are we gonna have to do like this bullshit with the witnesses with the jury again? God damn it. Thank you for that unambiguous response. That's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhara, don't give up. Mrs. Sato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has a right to another summation examination at this point. You could still convince the jurors to change their minds. You have one more chance. My lord, the defense has to exercise its right to a summation examination. Again. Huh. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. And kick Band 6 vampire ass. Bet them Band 6 and his vampire ass. Back to the grind. I have considered the defense counsel's request for a further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to the procedure. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you now to state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Back to this shit again. The accused left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. If there was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Dearie me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening even with a direct hit. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some bait tonight, I'll be in a tiny bit of trouble. To think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Yes, considerably more tangible arguments from all members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My land student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness's testimony. I mean, I did find fault, it's just, it's very light, very, very mild, if you will.
So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing from the scene. And moreover... Bro, no one else was at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. I fail to see how it can be argued any other way.
It means I'm afraid that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts.
But how? What would even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted.
And there was I thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise this really will be where the trial ends.
No pressure then. Squire, no preamble, proceed with the summation examination, please. I presume you are prepared, counsel.
Oh, yes, my lord. Alright, Ranosuke. Focus your mind now.
Clearly, the key to the summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Garidev.
We have a book that disappeared from the Garidev's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand.
There must be a way to link the two. Yes, that's what we have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes.
Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garidev and how she reacts, even to the things other people say.
Man. I'm not ready. I wanna try something.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry, what was that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about the fire? It was last week and my grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on the top, it did. What a sight to behold it was.
75? How do you...
You know what, I don't even want to know. You put candles on a cake. What, was it some sort of devil worship? Of course no, it was an angel cake to celebrate my birthday, obviously.
It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo.
Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them up. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. The furniture caught on and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke.
Definitely sounds like devil worship to me.
And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold, but how do you catch a cold from a fire? The fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as I tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room had filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it.
The windows.
Inviting winter air rushed over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. I caught a terribly cold from it. It put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that written in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason.
We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it.
Yes, but once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudice. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary.
I think you're going to need to pit them against each other to force them to accept an alternative explanation.
Yes, I know. I don't necessarily need to find contradictions between their assertions, just a connection might do the trick. Alright, I see what I can do. If anything stands out, I'll go in for a strike.
That's the spirit.
Yeah, but like... You have to open the windows to clear the smoke. Okay. Yeah, I assume it would change the
Because that's the only thing that would make sense. Like, if he has something to say about that.
Objection!
These two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do. How exactly, counsel? Hey, don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What was that you say? Speak up, lad. Speak up. Juror number 3, do you see? Oh, me? See what, sir? Do you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebrations last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Ow. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garridev household. And Mr. Garridev had the following to say about it. The whole place filled up with smoke.
Oh my!
Excuse me?
Excuse me!
Juror number 4, do you have something to say about that? Miss Garridev! Oh dearie me! What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? What? I beg your pardon. What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if I did? What if we did? Oh, alright then. Yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window, which can have been easy since I continued to give him a just lead as a book battering. Even though your house was on fire? Oh, you'd never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the names to do otherwise. Of course. I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Miss Garridev's formal statement. Okay, and now I should be able to press side for perhaps more information. Since she's the one who threw the book and everything. The fourth book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garridev told us he had been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I held it straight at him. And now you come to mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? God damn it, I can't read. Because I couldn't, you insolent little man, I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on as well, you know? I really, really, really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it. What's with you?
Excuse me!
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I remember what it was. Her memory had blocked out. Huh? I was listening to what this granny was saying, but it all flowing back. Who are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Miss Garridev, the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. It was about 2 weeks ago.
I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I just earned that day, and I nearly died. It was a hole. Every last penny had rubbed out.
Oh dear, what a disaster.
You haven't had the half of it, boy.
Oh,
My wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight. I've loved the day's wages, love. Next thing I knew, the blade was whizzing past my ear. It was stuck into the wall next to me. It did about an inch deep.
no words, just terror.
I could smell it then, too. I could smell it then, you know, the god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was gonna end up face out in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. No, it's a real disaster, isn't it?
I'll never use the word likely again.
Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When women lose their right or anything on you, knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it.
Naruto, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and refined. No, I wasn't thinking that. I'm gay anyway, so don't worry about it. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it sounds civilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like.
What? Attack?
Who are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words could be rather significant, I think.
Alright, we'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later.
If I dare.
I wonder. Can I... cook? Really?
Objection!
Those two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. Good grief! You mean they don't contradict each other? Explain, counsel, at once.
Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Oh my, whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back.
What are you talking about?
We demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Bride, that was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Gary Depp's room at the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Gary Depp household to the street below.
What's that now?
After all, Mr. Gary Depp could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4?
What are you insinuating now, you little beanpole?
I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling that might be what happened.
Now listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this jury, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it?
I'm really taking a big gamble here. That was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't had any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that found its way from the Gary Depp household to the scene of the crime was...
Knife.
Take that!
The silence.
Juror number 4, Miss Gary Depp.
What now?
I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before?
Good Lord, counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged into the victim's back, man.
My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrett were in the throes of an argument. Miss Garrett was hurling anything she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window. A window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene.
You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp.
Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street and to land neatly on her hand?
Even my missus hasn't got a name like that.
Yes, I admit there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Miss Garrett, your answer please. Have you seen this knife before or not? That's a yes, I believe.
My lord!
I wish to change my decision. I'm a woman of my word after all. Thank you, madam.
Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now with somebody unanswered questions.
Mr. Foreman!
I'd have to agree. No, that I think the granny didn't mind.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either.
All together now, ladies and gents.
We did it? Oh, congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo.
So as a result of the defense's summation examination, the number of jurors' leanings have changed. The jurors called guilty against 4 now calling innocent. Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided. And this trial will continue.
Yay!
Jesus Christ. Now then, Lord 1-6, how does the prosecution wish to proceed?
He looks a little angry, more than his usual.
This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough.
Stop breaking those glasses!
But what follows is so repugnant, it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord 1-6, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible. Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting that you must all familiarize yourself better with the relative position of those places being discussed. What do you mean by that? What's this angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrett household runs a rather wide street, Riot Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrett's house to the scene is yes, 15 yards. Let me see, 15 yards. That's around 40 meters. 40 meters? Oh, that's a little farther than I imagined. That's not that much. She's throwing objects from an upper height, like she's higher than the floor, and she's throwing them with strength. So it could end on the other end of the street. 14 meters is not that much when you have like a height advantage, I would argue. Like, it's not simple, but it's not that hard. And as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having potential significance, the third book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, the smoldering book wantonly held by the lady of the house traveled some 15 yards.
to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. I mean, you could explain that with the fact that she threw the book, the victim found it, and then she threw the knife, and then the knife, caught her. That's not that complicated. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And then the jackknife followed a near identical trajectory to plunge in the middle of the victim's back. This fantasy somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Yeah. There's nothing I can send to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Mr. Sato, serialized detective stories are pathetic, aren't they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, may I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes. Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leaning. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Arideb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive! A cross-examination of a juror. Well, she is technically involved in the trial. It's either her or her husband. Order, order, order! Well, this is highly irregular. It is unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand.
Objection!
Can you stop doing that? And unnecessary. But 6. There are plenty witnesses in the stand whose testimonies the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend farcical theory has any truth in it, then but the word of burning book and a jackknife must have run through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assert. Oh goddammit, I thought it was gonna be her. I thought she was gonna be annoying again. And we must assume that they will be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Yes, sir. Constable Roy Reid reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for those not until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of villains who appeared on my beat house, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London movies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Ah, Raleigh, my hero, you make me swoon. Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith, before the court, any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. God. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb. Believe me, alone above is good for his word. You see, sir, the windows on the top floor of the Garrideb house are top hinge casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Raleigh there was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye on the crisis for one moment, sir. Nothing says upon that front, sir. Something here is weird. I wonder. Well, this is quite startling. The hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Ah, yes, I'm sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. No, sir. Sorry, but What exactly is a top hinge casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. Have fun in Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Garride's room. Alright, I'll try. The window opens in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. But as it's a top hinge casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. I'm glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay. A man of would prevent the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? This is all news to me. Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. No. You see the problem then? Good, your dedication in Windows is complete. There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered. Something with this counter already. That can't be. Did you see that, Rolly? The young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Ah, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I'm going to kill those two. I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed! Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. Trying. My lord. Oh god, another desperate situation. I'm fearing another one of those press everything situations here. How can you say that for certain? A very good question, sir. And the answer is this. It has the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to our policemen of our on duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. To patrol the streets of London town and hold a piece of the common one, and that's the job was all about. And that is why I can stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you Bob is good for his word, while rubbing my tired eyes immediately. Ah! Oh, Raleigh, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Raleigh. Yeah, my honest reaction to that. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garridev? Ah, I see, sir. You should have said that earlier, sir. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? That was a waste of time, then. Absolutely, sir. I will answer it to the fullest of my ability, sir. There's a surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garridev's domestic dispute can be related to the case. But before I get into that, sir, there's just one thing. Yes? Okay. I very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. No, don't do that. Japanese police is gonna get so fucked up thanks to you and admittedly the United States, because let's be honest, Japan is not literally, but technically, it's basically just a colony of the United States. Like, it's true. Like, we're technical. So I hope you take back some tales of us London Bobbies and how we have our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived here. Yo to the Lenta, I'll be happy to lend you my warning card for your person. I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. Okay, I'm gonna have to press you then, but I'll check it the second that I press. Item 1. A policeman will strive to preserve the peace within his allotted beat. Item 2. A patrolling officer is expected to walk 20 miles around his beat every day for the furtherance of community relationships. Metropolitan Police Regulations. Item 1. Any crimes fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. Item 2. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. That's it? I wonder. But which you mean they don't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow having your way through the house, you see. So they're restricted as to how much they open. Wait. Wait. Did they move the body? Like, did those two move the body? So he wouldn't need to investigate, because that would make the crime not part of his beat. Is that what happened? And therefore anything thrown out of the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street directly below. For clarity, allow me to mark to the map. Here is the location where objects would have fallen. Oh my god, I think that's what happened. Yeah, yes, directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. Would it have been so hard for somebody to mention this top hinge casement thing before? Or like, maybe not for that, but like there's clearly, like the body was moved. Like, the book fell, she went to grab it, like the victim went to grab it. And because she was doubling down to grab it, the knife fell right on her back. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. How would I be, sir? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house is furnished with? Well, sir, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Uh-huh.
Excuse me.
Do you have something to add, Miss Beat?
Sorry.
You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that?
Oh, I was just remembering. That's all. We really were so lucky.
Lucky? What do you mean?
Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see.
Oh, I hadn't realized. It is that. It was that. That motherfucker. It was that. Oh, these shitheads. Oh, motherfuckers. It was that, you piece of shit. I hadn't realized.
Oh yes, that's Street Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one.
Yeah, no, okay, they moved the body. They moved the victim to the other side on purpose.
Isn't that right, my love?
Constable Beat.
Yeah,
You're right. That's the reason I was happy now in interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see, sir. That really was cutting it close then.
Constable, I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garidem household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well?
Oh yeah, Mr. Garidem's house. Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is my beat.
I see, I wasn't aware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked just on the other side of Briar's Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a body, after all.
Extraordinary people are bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners.
Do you know what I think? I think it was a good lost way of rewarding my Raleigh for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling?
That would be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record.
Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately.
Well, I guess we've solved the crime.
And now it's my turn, I think.
Hold it!
Yes, keep on pressing then. But according to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark.
Ah, but Raleigh and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star.
Sorry?
A star that will guide us to eternal happiness.
And it guide you to can guide you to answer the question. If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have lit up like a shooting star.
And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Raleigh be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least.
Of course, when with the smoke and everything, we couldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that needed a book, not a knife, cross the sky before you?
Yes, sir, that is correct, sir. As sure as the night sky in London is starless, sir.
It certainly seems like they're telling the truth.
And then we saw the poor woman fall to the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Yes, you said that you went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right?
That's right, yes.
I'm guessing she went to give time to Rolly to actually move the body. Well, the body, she's alive, but...
If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course.
Don't be bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box and every beat.
Sir Rolly told me the way. Only, I still got a little lost on the way.
Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me.
Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly.
Oh, please. Agreed.
So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. But like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed.
I was off duty at the time, of course, but a tour bobby is never really off duty, sir.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. That's correct, sir. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never look away for a second. No one else approached the scene, and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that to that on the yard's honor, sir. Really? That seems a little strange. But your pardon, sir. Strange, sir. Seems altogether regular to me. The burned copy of the lion sprite was originally in the Garrider's household, so the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time?
Aha! Could it be a different copy, sir? One that just happens to be burnt as well?
Even if that were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As you can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder.
Well, sir, that book was in the lady's hands from the moment we arrived at the scene.
Is that so? There's something about this statement that's not sitting right with me. The two mysteries of how that knife ended up in her bag and how that book ended up in her hand. There must be some common thread between them.
Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir.
Oh, yes, of course. What is it?
You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell.
What? I wasn't really, I mean, what's she doing?
Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't mean my testimony and it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am.
I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you because you were a woman specifically. I mean, I doubt you, but not because you're a woman.
No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My boss will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you?
Yes, Miss Pete, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. That was a very loud mutter.
I hear that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife well counts for nothing, does he? Well, watch out, sir. I may let you get away with something like that, but my Raleigh won't.
Duly noted, Miss Pete. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. What could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? That's what we're gonna check.
Hold it!
Miss Pete, nobody's questioning what you've told us.
I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny car back was slinking away from the scene. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky.
All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction.
Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong places when I made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me!
Constable Beat, is there a problem? There seems to be a problem, I think.
No, sir, no problem, sir.
Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps?
Oh, well, in a way, sir. Yes, sir. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, that's all.
You mean Miss Pete lost her way on the night of the incident?
Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the beat next, in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside in 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Ah, Raleigh, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly.
A bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about?
Ah, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Raleigh's so romantic. He saved for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds.
Yes, how romantic, I guess.
I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? No, oh yes. But that was just between us. Not talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh.
What was that all about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. I'm afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. You have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Miss Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please.
Oh, really? Yes, I love to.
Band 6 is not into this.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime?
Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice at first.
And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on.
Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spot my bouquet again. The funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all.
In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased.
I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road.
Your husband, presumably.
That's right, silly me had gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time. I can't think how it got there, I really can't.
So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Fucking damn it, Rolly. Curious indeed.
Isn't it? But the worst of it is, I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting.
By bouquet, do you perhaps mean the sorry solitary rose?
Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for her anniversary, with all bits of change he found in the gutter.
Maybe just call it a rose. Hello, Lord Van 6, where do you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garibet household. In front of the Garibet house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay buried, the striplands cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case, since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare.
Oh, thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please?
No, I think for good measure, this rose should be added to the court record as evidence.
Oh.
Thank you, Judge.
But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial, do you hear me? I want it back.
Good grief, rest assured that I shall do my very best not to forget Miss Beat.
Oh, really? Can you explain about the bouquet then?
Objection!
You claimed, Constable Beat, there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes you were guarding the scene. Well, that cannot be.
What do you mean to say?
In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime, the policeman assigned to the beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road, where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of the meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street, back into the gutter where it belongs.
Meager?
But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact?
No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beach swore that swore to Dad on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure.
Oh boy, woman, I'm afraid your husband is an idiot. Well, I feel like he's partially justified considering, but also he's not very good at this moving evidence situation.
No, because sadly, it's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around.
What are you talking about?
Think about it. Besides Miss Beats' bouquet, there's Mr. Gary Depp's book.
Yeah. Oh god, sorry, my nose is just so goddamn itchy. I don't even know why. Like, I think it's the climate, but I think it's the weather. But could be anything at this point. Mr. Gary Depp's copy of The Lion's Bride which was thrown out the window by his wife,
would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Miss Beats' bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Gary Depp's house. There's no logical explanation for those things, unless somebody deliberately moved them. Hehe. What are you trying to say? That the way you're talking, it sounds like you think my Rolly's done something wrong. Don't listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Withering on about books and bouquet. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is.
oh good, Miss Gary Depp's come around.
You might call it nitpicking, Miss Gary Depp, but deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it, for a very subtle but compelling reason.
Objection!
Tampering, you barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend. Who would possibly have had a cause to carry such an elaborate deception?
Yes, there is someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person.
Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. God damn it, I can't speak. What are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime?
What time is it?
You know what? I know it's Rolly. I know it's Rolly Polly. I'm gonna get myself some coffee, and then we'll answer the question and we'll deal with this bullshit. So, I'll be back in a sec. Alrighty, we're back. I have my coffee. I'm not emotionally ready, but might as well get this over. How old is she? Well,
Take that!
anyway, Polly, Roly-Poly, you're fucked. Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Constable Rolly Beat, it was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard?
What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There is no straighter than my There is no one straighter than my husband. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London.
I mean, I would believe that he's straight, but... not because of that. Miss Beat, you said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it.
You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it.
If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it.
Forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well...
Objection!
First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. Yeah, what very important thing? You claim the crime scene was tampered with. But there is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime. To hide something.
That's right. He's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there. That's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense.
You've offered no motive for this alleged tampering. Until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. Okay. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair.
Mr. Naruharu, have you managed to solve this mystery?
Yes, I have. Counsel, you have made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering.
Yes, my lord.
Constable Beat's motive for tampering with the crime scene was to hide... well, where the victim fell, clearly. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. But...
Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It was right here, as if anyone didn't already know.
That's certainly what everybody has been led to believe, but in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all.
What? What?
Yeah, are you not following the plot? I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Then are you proposing that the crime actually took place that evening? Easy, on the opposite side, around here I would argue. Here, like there.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road.
I don't understand.
I do, because I'm smart and I follow the plot. On the evening in question, Mr. Garidev's book fell directly from directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. Good gracious!
Objection!
Like, are you gonna argue against me? Because, like, perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses were saw the moment the attack took place.
That's right, I saw it with my own eyes.
It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid, that was actually on the west side of Briar Road.
No, that's not true. It can't have been.
Yes, it was. Can you not notice the way your husband is looking right now? Like, he's clearly affected by this information and isn't happy about the fact that we figured him out. Constable B then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help, and during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement to the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What? Is it normal that the sound just got off? Oh. Excuse me, sound issues. God, that's bad. Is it working now? No, it's not. Ugh, okay, why is it doing that? Is it not? Wait, give me a second. Oh god. Oh god, did my headphones die? Oh god, I think my headphones just died. Oh, that's a problem. Okay, that's a little issue. That's a problem that we're having. Oh, and I hit my mic. Excellent. Okay, so my headphones just died. That's why that's happening. Okay, sure. Yeah, if you hear the game, it's because it's playing on the actual screen. And my mic is speaking it. Okay. How am I gonna do this? Because I don't have a replacement set. Okay, you know what? Give me a sec. I'm gonna go check if I still have a replacement set, and I'll be right back. Okay, I don't know what's going on. I don't know what's going on. It's just not working. Okay, I'm gonna stop the desktop sounds just in case, and I'm gonna close the game. I know it has an autosave, and I'm gonna cut this off also from the stream later. And I'm gonna try opening it again and see if that changes anything. Okay. Okay, it's working again. Okay, it's working again, it seems. Thank you. Yeah, I don't know what happened. Yeah, I did the autosave, so it should be fine. Let's see the history because I forgot. Yeah, okay, so we're back where we were. I'll be honest, I don't know what happened.
like, now my headphones are working. Like, I put them back. I think the game, I don't know how it happened, but I think my sound got disconfigured, and that fucked up the sound of the game. So even after I figured it out, the game was just not actually playing correctly, sound-wise, which I'm gonna upgrade my sound drivers later, just to check that everything is in order. But that was weird, so I'm gonna cut all of that shit before I upload it to YouTube. Just, you know, do not waste anyone's times. Okay, yeah, we've been here. Yeah, we read these, it's fine. Again, I'm so sorry about all of that. Did we? Yeah. Yeah, okay, yeah, this isn't... Yeah, we've seen all this. Yeah, we ended up with you. Yeah, so the music has to continue. Okay, so it was probably something in the sound that just was weird. Because the music cut off right here for no reason. Even though the normal... Okay, yeah, I'm gonna assume that is the game. It fucked up something about my configuration, which, quite impressive, honestly. Great. Excellent. First, you make accusations about the lad... Oh, wait, no. It's already... Yeah. But the accusations like a very important thing. Oh, wait, no. This is, Yeah, but this was a motive. Okay, yeah, no. For a moment, I thought we were much later. Okay, I have to check if that happens. If that happens again, I'm gonna assume it's a game. But that was weird. That was very weird. I can only assume it's the game, because my headphones are working just fine now. They're all... I should change them. I say that every time that there's a problem with the sound, but there's something weird about it this time. Considering I have to reconfigure my sound settings. Yeah, my reputation will be damaged. I know. Please, let's move on. Yeah, where the victim fell. Yeah, this is... Come on, let's move on. We already had this incident. Oh god, I hope the sound doesn't fuck up, okay? We've been here. Come on, game. We already did this entire thing. I would like to go back to where we were. I'm beginning to wonder that too, Judge. Don't worry about it. Yeah, whatever.
Take that!
Come on, dude. Before the game fucked up. Come on. Let's go back to where we were. Yeah, okay, it's a little after these, right?
Objection!
Yeah, okay,
already were there. It was past this. Okay, I remember. Oh, okay. I think that's okay. Yeah, yeah. I think that this is where we were. Evaporating. In fact, to the pavement of yeah. The concept of overlook what thing? Yeah. The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Van Six said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. Yes, it couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Bryan Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? If he fell asleep. Well, I'm very sorry. I ain't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Ah, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What that lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is, because you're the most upstanding righteous man I know. This woman. Yep. I had a dream. A terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything. Come out. Everything exposed. Their honest reaction to that. It seems it wasn't a dream at all. Good. Good. Golly! He said golly, just like the Englishmen do. Order! 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 There is the meaning of all this. Oh, Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Because otherwise you would have had to investigate the entire thing and you wouldn't have had your anniversary dinner, idiot. Follow the plot! I know the sound fucked up and then I had to close the game and then I had to reopen the game and we have to go through all of that, but like, follow the plot! You're part of the plot, follow it! Burying a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one too. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London town. I can't say, sir. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. That's it? No, nothing else? I have a possible explanation. Ah, Van Six figured it out, I assume. For why on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. What? How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. And yet, Lord Van Six, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. Go show that racism up your wazoo. I believe it would be beneficial to the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once, my lord. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. And I think I have a fairly good idea of the feelings behind this man's actions. What gives away the money for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions? The warrant card that he just gave us?
Take that!
I realize that I'm a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example.
Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens of his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young Bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly.
But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special.
Special? How?
On account of this bouquet, my lord.
Oh yes, it was our very first wedding anniversary.
Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal.
Then he and Miss Beat have stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road.
When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse in the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind?
But sir, just on that particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. And Miss Reed put up with a load being married to a Bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care.
This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend to me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Aha!
Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day?
Yes. Everything you said is alright.
So that's it. It has all to do with that the boundary of your beat.
Oh,
Exactly. Summarize. The incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat.
Good gracious! Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you've done?
it was the first time since I became a copper that I ever cursed God. Get close to me, pal. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then, it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with the initial investigation and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight, of all nights? Why? It's a copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police works and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my own mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat, so you have to go to the police box that covers it, then right along Mr. Street, and then...
Sorry, I had to sneeze. Yeah, the tears are not gonna make me feel better. You almost kill actual real writer sōseki Natsume. Like he could have been killed because of you.
he could have been killed by the state because of you.
In England, of all places. Of all places that could kill you.
I'm Joey. I'm so Joey.
Oh, Constable.
I wanted use that one night to take my Patricia out for dinner.
Oh, Raleigh.
Use that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your video, evening of celebration would be ruined, and so you've decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Ryan Road, which falls under the neighboring Beats care. You see, I heard. Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. Well, that's your own fault. You should have checked the pulse. I beg your pardon.
Oh, of course he did. Otherwise, my Raleigh would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement.
Ah, I see your meaning now. We got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat.
Oh no, Raleigh, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Raleigh.
You're sorry that you were unhelpful on his attempt at tampering with a crime scene for which someone would have been executed if they were found guilty. Well, to be fair, she's not dead, so I guess he wouldn't have been executed. But still! God fucking damn it, you bitches! And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from the one side of the road to the other in total? Boy, it was, yes, definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs in the garden houseful, of course. But what made you place the book in the victim's hand? When all the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean.
Oh, yes, that's because that's where I found it.
Oh, you found it, what do you mean?
When I first ran away the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I was sure that it was in her hand.
You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding?
Oh yes, no doubt about it, sir.
Interesting. Okay, so it is what I was thinking it was. Like, there was the fight and the fire, the book fell, this woman goes to grab it, the knife falls, and then it stabs her while she's grabbing the book. Like, that's about it, really. So it's technically an accident, and no one died, so I guess at most it's gonna be like a couple of years in prison. Like maybe 1 or 2, maybe community service. It is accidental, like, and it wasn't even manslaughter because there wasn't any, well, slaughter, technically.
I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only two people at the scene, Pat and me, but so it happened. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it, I thought. I couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving out over the road would make a jot of difference.
Well, congrats! You almost sent the man to prison forever for no fucking reason! This is why you have to hate police officers. Well, it's one of the reasons why you have to hate police officers.
I suppose it is for me now. I've had it. I've had it.
My lord. Yes, Lord 16.
What is it? What are you gonna tell me this time? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw.
Yes, sir. Oh, Mr. Prosecutor, sir. What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him?
For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course.
Please, don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late.
Even now, Pat, let's go home. I'm tired. I need a nap.
All right then, my love.
One last thing, Constable.
Huh?
Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you.
Yes, sir.
Have that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime.
Never again, sir. You mean to say?
Leave now. This trial is not yet over.
Sir.
Oh, well, at least we got rid of those guys. Okay, can we go back to the part where we're supposed to be interrogating slash cross-examining John Garrideb because that bitch is still in the jury and she shouldn't be? I'm that woman. Well, quite a startling liberation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of the crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Sōseki Natsume, is the only person who could have possibly have committed this crime.
What?
No, I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back.
Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already.
Lord Van 6, is this true? Very well. Name the person if you will, and if further investigation is warranted. The prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing.
Yay!
You will name this other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Oh, thank the Lord.
It's this bitch who's in the jury. Like, it's jury number 3. Jury number... Wait, no, she's jury number 4, isn't she?
Take that!
I forgot. I forgot which jury she is. Whatever, she's in the jury and she shouldn't be.
The defense will once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord.
Once again.
My assistant made the same request earlier, and you didn't listen to her. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it's imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Jones Garrideb. Oh dearie me.
Objection!
That request was already been denied.
Objection!
But the situation is very different now. Miss Garrideb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? Can you stop being racist? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garrideb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited, and to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. Well, what of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. Upon striking the pane of the open top hinge casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garrideb.
This knife, the one removed from the victim's back. Have you really never laid your eyes on it before?
I don't recall it.
Seriously?
Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband?
Yes, actually.
And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he?
Conveniently, yes.
Objection!
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, juror number 4.
Oh,
Make no mistake, your jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out.
but that's just a common or garden knife. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how would you expect me to know? What's that?
Are you joking? What are you saying? Please, Miss Garrison. Now you listen to me.
Oh,
It was her? I thought it was someone else.
I refuse to believe this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injure someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it.
Oh, the poor woman. She's so guilty, isn't she? She's mega guilty.
So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think.
Okay.
Come along now, chop chop, do your worst.
Well,
Mr. Naruhodo,
if I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. And take the stand, juror.
oh,
The prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Van Six.
that's like the first time that happens. He's still gonna be a pain in my ass, isn't he? I don't have a lot of good, I don't have a lot of reasons to, like, trust this guy. I'm going to have to testify.
Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Truths of which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware.
Oh, dearie me.
So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Miss Garrison. And mark my words, in this court of law today, we shall extract the truth. Do you concur, counsels?
Certainly.
Oh god, my throat. Playing this game 3 days in a row, not good for the throat. Not good for the spirit.
Certainly, my lord.
Oh, that's what I'm hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. You've been a lawyer for like 3 cases, hon. This is your 4th case. God, he's so silly. Wait, just her? Not with her husband? I would have expected like the 2 of them together. Then let's state your name and occupation.
Oh, yes, my name is Judge Gary Deb. And I'm a juror and such like.
It sounds like even she doesn't know if she's a housewife or a maid or what anymore. The court has decided your testimony is required in order to clarify matters in this case. Do you understand, madam?
Yes, my lord.
You will tell the court everything that took place in your household on the evening in question. And I warn you,
Do not attempt to hide the truth.
Oh dearie me.
Enough, Johnny. Nothing to worry about now. I fucking knew it. They were gonna bring the guy.
Oh, I didn't know you were here, John.
Wasn't only you in the room that day, old thing, was it? Rather think I ought to testify as well, don't you?
But what about your knee, dear?
Don't you worry about that, hardly notice it. I'm not the sort of chap to leave a comrade to face disciplinary action alone.
A comrade? That's your wife, you asshole! Like, understand, like, yeah, like, she's your wife, she's your partner, but also...
Oh, John.
I presume you are Mr. John Garrida. Yes, sir, former second lieutenant of the 3rd Regiment of the 4th Numberland Fusiliers, sir. Not Numberland. Can't read. Seen my fair share of action and now living the quiet life, as it were. The quiet life, where you're not engaged in an incendiary battle with your spouse on the day in question. Well, yes, quite.
Well, that doesn't count.
I believe this may represent a first in the proud history of the British court. Calling a juror to the witness stand is unprecedented. However, the court will hear your testimony now, juror number 4, and that of your husband. You will recount clearly and concisely the events in your home at the time of the incident in question. Yes, sir. At once.
Okay, what are you coming with, you two?
Yes, on the day you're referring to, the wife and I did have a bit of a skirmish. Can't recall the reason now.
I can. She found like a fake... Well, a fake. She found a love note in one of your books directed to a completely different person who was it was probably there because it was an old book that you bought from a reseller. So she thought that you received a love letter even though it didn't even have the same name.
Knocked the candlestick over and set fire to the carpet. Son had it out though and got the window open.
Meanwhile, I was picking up whatever I could find to throw at him.
Plenty of knives around our place. Can't say I'd noticed if one or two went missing, I'm afraid. It had value thing in the victim's bag, really was one of ours. You'll have a job proving it, I think.
I mean, that's not gonna be that difficult if you give me enough time.
It sounds as though it was quite the battlefield in your household that evening.
After an entirely outstanding assault, it seems.
The enemy caught us on the hop, sir. Had no choice but to dig in and take defensive measures. To be honest, if the enemy had kept shelling us for another minute, we'd have been toast. Of course, a veteran such as myself, it's only too aware that on every battlefield you're just a gnat's whisker from death at any moment.
Are we still talking about a marital quarrel here? Yonosuke, don't worry about it. And I guess never get married. I hope he has siblings because otherwise...
Well, I must say I'm dubious that this testimony will shed any light on the origins of this jackknife.
In combat, one's focus narrows such that surroundings are barely noticed. Its witnesses may not be able to offer anything more than they have justified already. This may be a dead end. And 6 may well be right. Well, whatever the chances. We only have this last examination to uncover the truth, Mr. Naruhodo.
Yes, I'm afraid so. Very well, counsel. Begin your cross-examination.
Yes, sir. Don't worry about it.
Now, let me think about it. Like, the reason is not important because what matters is whether or not she grabbed a knife to throw at him, which is very likely.
Hold it!
Considering there was the table with all of the cakes. Even though the room was on fire?
As far as I was concerned at the time. It was more important to extinguish my anger than the flames. When a woman wants to throw, she must throw.
That is most certainly not true of a societal takedown, Mr. Naruhodo. How did she know I was thinking that? So please cast your mind back and try to remember. Was a knife among the items that you threw at your husband that day?
In all honesty, I don't recall. But I feel I must point out that I'm no monster. Let me see. Some bread, a cabbage, garlic, a towel, and a sponge,
Jupiter.
and I'm thinking...
Yeah?
Excuse me.
Do you have something to say, my dude? Do you have something to add, sir? Mr. Gary Dev.
Don't shoot. Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Your wife's remarks just bring something to mind?
Nothing of any significance, no. Just that the barrister projections the whole thing launched in my direction was somewhat more solid than she implies. Books, bricks, the fire poker I seem to recall.
Ouch.
And the woman saying it's uncanny. She landed identically. Good grief, woman, we're not at home now. It's a court of law.
Oh, dearie me. Ever so sorry, dear.
Wait, I just noticed. His pipe is bandaged. Oh, she threw the pipe at him too, didn't she? What's she even doing with a teapot in here?
Honestly, John, I would never have thrown such things at you, obviously.
Well, take a look at this then. How do you suppose that happened,
Yeah, okay, she literally broke the pipe.
Your pipe, sir. This thing in my hands as usual at the time of the onslaught. Knocked it clean out of with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And when I went to pick the thing, it was broken in two. And I'd like to see a sponge do that sort of damage.
I see, your pipe was broken.
It would have never been set flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Anyway, I've managed to bandage the thing up for now.
Ah, you're one to exaggerate, aren't you, dear?
I wonder what we should make of this account. Well, clearly it could be important, hon. The defense believes Mr. Garrido's remarks is now to be of great significance.
Objection!
These veterans' words only tell us one thing. Betray a fairy wife and pipes, as well as hearts may be broken. Sentimental wisdom, perhaps, but hardly worthy of adding to the former testimony.
Indeed, common sense, one might say.
Might one? Look, if he's anything like the classic judge, he's married, and he loves his missus, but it's, you know, they'll be married for a long time. In that case, would you at least permit us to examine the pipe, sir?
Well, I don't see why not.
Ah, dearie me, there you go again, trying to ingratiate yourself with a young lady.
Very well, the court will accept the gentleman's pipe as evidence.
Yay! I love evidence.
I hope I didn't speak out of turn, Mr. Naruhodo. No, honey, just, I need to check the pipe. Yeah, that's pretty broken.
Okay.
Oh, something just twinkled inside the chamber of the pipe there. How did he not notice that that was there? Yes, I saw it. Something's stuck in there, I think. Let's turn it over and give it a shake. What's this? It's a tiny fragment of metal. It looks like the tip of a blade or something. The tip of a blade. Surely it couldn't be. Okay. Should I just...
Okay, it opens by itself. Sometimes it's weird and you have to touch like a specific spot. Or at least it was back with the other games.
Oh, look here, Mr. Naruto. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing.
Wait, part of it is missing. I could be wrong, but I've just got a feeling. You remember this?
Ah, that's a tiny fragment of metal we found inside Mr. Garidev's pipe.
Yes, and just maybe.
Oh my, it's a perfect fit.
Somehow, I just knew it. Well.
I was just feeling rather disappointed for you that your request was turned down.
Oh no, it's fine. Thanks to Sato-san, we have some new evidence to work with. We should examine it carefully. Way ahead of you, honey. Well, thank you for that rebuttal, Mr. Garidev. Now if we could return to the crux of the matter. What can you tell the court about the knife used to attack the victim? Uh-huh.
No, actually, I won't have a lot of. It won't take me a lot of work.
Like, this is actually pretty easy.
Objection!
You idiot.
Mr. Garidev, could I ask you to take a good look at this, please?
You can ask, but I can't see a valley thing. You can't? He used to call me Dead-Eyed Deb back in the regiment, of course, but that was some time ago now. Even when I'm trying to enjoy a large print book by the fire these days. I struggle to tell a B from a D and a P from a Q, to be honest.
Have you considered getting glasses? Oh, he does hear me. It's rather weird being asked about every other letter in every other word.
You must be very doozy.
What is that? A tiny scrap of metal?
Yes, almost certainly from the tip of a blade. And what may appear to at first to be just a tiny scrap is in fact a crucial piece of evidence. Interesting. And where did the defense come by this evidence?
It was lodged in the chamber of Mr. Garidev's pipe.
My pipe, you say? By Jove, I wonder how that got there. And what precisely does this fragment of metal signify, Counsel? Are you suggesting that it is in some way related to the matter of the stabbing on Briar Road?
Yes, actually. I am. But when put together with another piece of evidence already in the court record, I believe this tiny fragment of metal will unravel the whole truth of this case, my lord.
You appear rather confident in your extraordinary statement, Counsel. Very well then, present the pertinent evidence to the court. What evidence, when paired with this fragment of metal, allegedly reveals the truth of this entire case?
Take that!
This is the knife that was found in the victim's back. If you look closely, you will see that there is a small piece at the tip of the blade that is missing. A common issue within the inferior blades and unsavory street markets. Criminals who use them regularly leave the tips lodged in the victim's bones.
And what of this particular knife?
Now that his tip has suffered a similar fate, now languishes somewhere near the spine of the victim. No, that's not the case. But the tip of this particular knife's blade is a very fragment of metal we discovered in the chamber of Mr. Garidev's pipe.
Good grief, lower run 6! I don't believe it.
A knife from the crime scene, this fragment of metal, and a perfect match.
Good golly gosh!
I just noticed his entire back is covered in, like, Scorch marks. I didn't notice that before. Order, order, order! Is this some sort of Eastern sorcery? I mean, I wish that would make this easier if I could do magic. This is no magic, my lord. This is a miracle. A miracle! So Van Six has figured it out, has he? Council, explain this extraordinary coincidence at once. Yes, my lord. The crucial point we have to ask ourselves here is when did the fragment of metal find its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe? Something that was clarified for us in the most recent witness testimony. This thing in my hand as usual at the time of this onslaught. Knocked it clean out with one of her soft projectiles she did, yes. And would never have been sent flying unless it was hit by something pretty solid. Oh dearie me. During the argument between these two that occurred just as the victim was on the pavement below, Miss Garrideb flung this knife at her husband. However, the knife missed Mr. Garrideb, instead striking the pipe in his hand at the time, which caused the tip to break off, of course. Good lord! Yes, and that is when the tiny tip of the blade found its way inside Mr. Garrideb's pipe. The chances of that are 1,000,000 to 1. Nah, probably a little less. And here's another credible explanation for how the tip of the blade ended up in your pipe. And then, after losing its tip, the knife ricocheted off the pipe and flew out of the open window. Ah. In short, this knife, which fell from the window of the Garrideb's house, is the very same knife that struck the victim in the middle of the back on the street below. Oh gosh, oh dear, oh. No!
Objection!
What the fuck do you want, Van Six? Please don't break that chalice. You've broken like 5 today. Those are very expensive. A full-bodied theory, I'll give you that. A complex bouquet of seemingly trivial points possible arranged to create an almost passable vintage. Allow me to toast my learned friend's characteristically Nipponese approach to battling his argument. Sorry? But after all, it is just a theory. A game theory. The battle, I fear, is cork. Because you see, it's spoiled by an insurmountable inconsistency. An insurmountable... What?! Lord Van Six, explain yourself! And also, take that leg out of the desk. You're ruining the goddamn desk! It's expensive! What if that's mahogany? Even if it's not mahogany, it's expensive. Like, it's solid. Jesus Christ, dude. What is this inconsistency you claim to have identified? An inconsistency of the simplest nature, my lord. The victim was found with the knife planted in the middle of her back. Yes, in her... Ah.
That's right, you silly little man.
Now, journal thing, what are you getting so excited about?
Let us consider the basic facts of the case once more. The victim was walking along the pavement before being stabbed in the back and falling to the ground. If the knife that struck her had fallen from above... What did I tell you about the chalices? There's no possible way it could have planted itself into the victim's back! I mean, yeah, there is a way, you idiot. If she was, like, doubling down to grab the book that had fallen to the ground, which explains why she had the book in her hand in the bed. Why are you so stupid? Order, order!
Quite right, you see, that's exactly right. If the knife had fallen on her from above, it would have struck her on the top of the head.
Well,
Those were words, look. I knew it. I never liked his theory in the first place. I don't know, though. What really did happen?
It would appear the defense has made a rather spectacular blunder.
If a theory has even one inconsistency, it cannot stand. Your theory, my learned friend, is history. Konosuke, sweetie. We're fine. We were so close. I could see the truth. I was so sure we were on the right track. But now the way has been blocked so completely by just one simple inconsistency. Or in other words, we simply need to eliminate that one inconsistency and the theory will stand. Mr. Sato! You mustn't worry, Mr. Naruhodo. You were just caught off guard, that's all, and your mind went blank. But if the path you were on is indeed correct, then a way will present itself. The key to this is in the core record, I'm sure. All the information you need is there. It seems you have nothing to say, my Nipponese friend. Well, your silence speaks volumes. A tacit acceptance that your theory is fatally flawed.
Objection!
Get objected, forehead. This consistency doesn't mean I was on the wrong track. It means that I need to sharpen my mind and dig deeper for the truth. It's a test! Yes! If the knife fell on the victim from above, there's no way that it could have hit her in the middle of her back. Under normal circumstances, that is. What are you implying? Counsel? There's a piece of evidence in the core record that can explain this inconsistency. That can explain how the knife that fell from above could have pierced the victim's back. We already have the answer. Goodness!
Utter madness. Surely this must be the last time. Counsel, present the evidence of which you speak.
This is the last inconsistency. Final piece in the puzzle. If we can successfully make sense of this, the truth will be laid bare at last. The evidence that explains how the falling knife became lodged in the victim's back is... the book.
Take that!
This, the fourth book found at the scene. This is the final piece of evidence the defense will present. The Van book.
Is that from Mr. Garrideb's book?
Yes, and to understand its significance, we have to consider how it came to be at the scene in the first place. This photographic print clearly shows the book in question, and the victim holding it in her hand. But as we all now know, it was the police constable that put the book between her fingers like that.
Quite so. As part of his soul cell transplanting of the crime scene to the opposite side of the road.
That's true. However, as part of his testimony, Constable Beat made an extremely enlightening statement on that point. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand?
Well, sir, that's because that's how I found it. When we first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure that it was still in her hand.
In other words, the victim had already picked the book up of her own volition. And clearly that must have been before she suffered the knife wound.
Well, I should say so. After being attacked with a knife, I don't imagine she'd have been doing much of anything.
The question becomes, why did the victim have that book in her hand?
By jingo! I think I'm beginning to see what may have happened now.
Ah, dearie me.
We know that the book fell from the top floor of the Garvin household onto the pavement below, at precisely the moment that the victim was walking past. Yes, at exactly that moment. The young woman was walking along the street in the light fog, when all of a sudden, a book fell right in front of her.
The book I threw.
Yes, Miss Garridev, and what do you think the woman did? What would you do if you were walking along and suddenly a book landed in front of you on the pavement?
Well, I really can't imagine it, but I suppose she might have reached down and picked the book up.
Yes, that is exactly what the woman in fact did. She picked up the book.
Oh, heavens!
And when the woman reached down to pick the fallen book up, what position would her bag have been in? Jesus Christ, me. That's right, facing the sky, completely and utterly defenseless. Then, in the very next moment, while the woman was still bent over picking up the book, the next object fell from the room above, then jackknife straight into the middle of her back. That poor woman. And at the same time, walking by chance directly behind Miss Green, was the defendant, Mr. Sōseki Natsume. Well, I never. It appeared to Mr. Natsume that the woman simply collapsed on the floor. I'm surprised that nobody noticed the flying knife, like the knife just falling from the sky. But I guess a knife is smaller than a book. In the dark and the fog, he didn't see the knife falling on her from above.
Ah,
And from the other direction, the constable and his wife saw no one but the victim and her apparent attacker. So there never was a real culprit to run from the scene in the first place. No, this was nothing more than a series of unlikely events that culminated in an unfortunate accident. And that is the real truth behind this case. Band 6, can you stop being a vampire for 2 seconds? Well, Mr. and Mrs. Garridev?
the very first time you showed me that knife, I hide my suspicions. I wonder if perhaps you might have been something like that.
There, old bean.
Poor Miss Garridev. Of course, I never meant for any of the sort to happen, but it was all my fault, wasn't it? I take full responsibility. I let my anger get the better of me. I threw that book, and I threw the knife as well. John dear.
It's alright, I know.
I'm ever so sorry. Surely. I'm sorry.
And she passes out again.
Dude, your knee!
No, dude, you're gonna fuck up your knee. You're already fucked up knee. Yeah, like that. See? Well. Lord 16, what the news of Miss Garridev? She's been taken to the infirmary. It would appear that today's event had left her in an especially flustered state. However, I believe she will recover in due course. There is no cause for concern. Yes, unbeknownst to themselves, they caused what could easily have been a terrible tragedy. They shall have to prepare themselves for the consequences of their actions. Well, at least the woman is not dead. I guess. Well, yeah, no, that's actually better. There is some good news, however, my lord. I have just had word from the hospital where the victim is being treated. Her condition is improving steadily, and the doctor believes she will regain consciousness soon. It's strange. We've been talking about the victim all this time, but we never once met her. How wonderful. The woman is out of danger, it seems. Yes, that is good news. So, Mr. Sōseki Natsume.
Oh, you're back.
Yes. On behalf of my fellow countrymen, I would like to take this opportunity to beg your pardon, sir. I will not be apologizing for all of the racism, just for the fact that we, put the blame of this crime on you. You came from your distant eastern homeland to study your great British culture, and have been repaid with insuperable kindness. Please accept our heartfelt apologies. No. Unless you, lower the racism down a little bit. You guys have been especially racist on this case. Hilariously so. Not that it's funny, but it's, impressive that you could, it's funny how much you can be racist. Without actually saying any slurs at that. I know it's the English, so I shouldn't even be surprised. They're very good at it, but also... No, it is me who should be begging your pardon. Oh no, Mr. Natsume. That evening, when the young woman just collapsed on the pavement before my eyes, I jumped to the wrong conclusions again in my confusion. What conclusion, sir? I was sure that the woman was dead. Yes, Constable Bede said the same thing, didn't he? He thought she had been killed, too. I suppose she must have looked completely lifeless. And she also had a knife on her back, which is a sure sign of you getting murdered. It's been about a year since I arrived in Great Britain now, but I still can't get used to life here. I can't relax. I'm sure there are evil spirits lurking in the fog, like they're hunting me. Poor Sōseki-san, his imagination really has got the better of him. Yes, poor man. So when it happened, I thought the young woman had been taken by the fog spirits. I should never have dropped my books like that and run away. I should have called for help, for a doctor, for the police! Instead, I managed to create a rift in the relationship of trust between our two empires. And for that, I am truly sorry. You don't have to apologize to the English. They do not deserve it. One could indeed say that some sort of mischievous spirit has been at work here, I think. One that created a chain of unfortunate mishaps. We were befooled by this spirit and led to false conclusions. Thanks to Lord Van Six and our young lawyer here from the east, the chain has now been broken and the spirit exorcised. Ryanosuke quietly from the side.
I have a fucking name!
I have a name. You could use my name. I have a name and a last name. You could use either of those. It's fine. I heartily commend you both. Oh! Van 6 did not like that. Now then, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, yes, my lord. In concluding this trial, I must ask one last time for your decisions regarding the defendant's culpability. Are you ready to present your findings to the court? As for the foreman of this jury, I can assure you we've reached a fair and just conclusion.
I do declare the truth can be extremely clear at times.
Well, I didn't suspect the woman next to me, that's for sure. Seated in the old bean, well, she's out of action, you know? But I know what her decision would be. Does it finally mean I'll be able to get her here and start work? Well, it's about time! I say I have a corker of a story to tell the grandchicks when I get home, won't I? Very well, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I hereby declare your final decisions. They demand your final decisions. God damn it, I can't read. Mr. Foreman?
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Not guilty.
Well, thanks, guys. Your system is gonna end up, burning the entire place one day, just saying. Very well, Mr. Sōseki Natsume, I hereby pronounce you...
Yay! This is much more exciting than the last time.
like, we didn't have the applause and everything. Like, it lacked a little bit of energy.
And finally, Mr. Natsume.
Oh, yes, yes, Lord Sir.
You are now a free man once more. It is my hope that you will continue to further your education in British culture. And may you never again be brought before me.
Oh, yes, sir, of course. On my life, I swear I'll never set foot in a courtroom again. I'm transported to tears.
Thank you, counsels. Court is adjourned.
Well, that fucking happened. 20th of February, 3:17 p.m. The Old Bailey, Defendant's Antechamber.
Oh, look him!
Wait, you mean me?
Of course! Is there another Luckham here?
Is there even one? Compared to the original local student, Mr. Naruhodo Squire, your name has become rather short, hasn't it?
What's wrong with using my actual name?
Oh, at last! I'm free! I'm free! Joyful, joyous, jubilant jubilation!
Heady, happiness, hooray!
Oh, I am pleased. Mr. Natsume is delighted.
Would it be so hard just to say that then?
Look, you did it! You saved me from the brink!
Well, what happened to the poor woman was in no way your fault, after all. I'm just glad everyone can see that now.
No, not that! Lovely, loyal, Luckham lawyer.
Yes?
I mean, as I said before, I've just never got used to life here in Great Britain. Every time I look over my shoulder, I see foreigners. I see towering brick buildings.
Well, yeah, of course you see foreigners. You're in Great Britain, and you're Japanese.
The fuck are you talking about? And from high up windows, I see them looking down on me, laughing. Look at that little hunchback. Oh dear, I'm sure it's all in your head, Mr. Natsume. But today, you local lawyer gave my gloom the boot. You stood firm behind that baronial bench before all those babbling British. You battled the beat to the bitter end, laying bare the baffling truth. And when I beheld the blinding fireworks among the beams of the Bailey's roof, I bellowed, "Behold, the best barrister ever born!"
Well, that's very flattering, and we're very pleased for you, I guess.
This has given me a wonderful anecdote to recount to my old friends back in Japan.
An anecdote? Is that what's to become of all of my hard work? Ah, there you are, my dear fellows. I apologize for keeping you waiting. I was late this morning.
Oh, Mr. Sholmes, what a pleasure to see you.
No! Out. Out. Out of the antechamber. Fuck you. We don't want you here.
I see I am here not a moment too soon. A disaster has been averted, I'm glad to say. Oh. The trial shall begin presently, Mr. Naruhodo, and I wish you the very best of luck.
It's just finished.
What? No! Then my haste was in vain! Ah, it's you! Sherlock Sholmes!
We met, sir.
This is Mr. Natsume, the man you had arrested, Mr. Sholmes.
Ah, I see.
I failed to recognize you at first. Our previous encounters have taken place in the gloom, either of your lake lounges or the prison cell. I simply could place that curious face in the light.
Charming.
This is all your fault, Sherlock Sholmes. You're the reason I had to go through this terrible ordeal. I'm going to give you a piece of my mind. My apologies, sir, but I assure you, I have placed you down. You're the fellow who abandoned that poor young lady and ran off, are you not? Ah. Had she been taken to a hospital more urgently, I feel perhaps she would have regained consciousness by now. Oh. But it was unavoidable, I'm sure. We are but human after all. Anyone would have been shaken by such an experience. No, Sōseki? Sōseki? You can't talk shit about him. Like, I give you permission. I do feel very badly about how I behaved. Well, never mind! Now then, what was it you wanted to say to me, sir? Nothing. Priceless! Oh, I am sorry, really, but... that was quite priceless. Poor Sōseki-san. Me walking into the antechamber, grabbing Sherlock Holmes, throwing him out of a window. This is just gonna happen every single time he's in the room. Still, on the bright side, you've had an extremely entertaining experience without paying a penny. And it would seem you are not even found guilty. But there is no bright side. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Natsume? Even after this, I'm still cursed by the spirits. And now by the Reaper! Ah, Lord Vansix. I haven't forgotten, what facing that man in court means. Even if you're found not guilty, you're still doomed! It will all be alright, Mr. Natsume. If the Reaper appears trying to make trouble, I will protect you. Yeah! With a perfectly executed Susato takedown. Much as I like being turned on my head, a bit of warning might be nice next time, Miss Susato. So, Mr. Natsume, what do you intend to do now? You mentioned something about recounting your experiences to your friends back in Japan. Yes, I intend to return to my homeland soon. Oh. It has already been a year since I arrived here in Great Britain. I visited universities, libraries, bookshops. I've been honored with the tutelage of professors. I've learned so much about the wealth of literature here, and the city has shaped. And I've come to realize that it is my calling to sail home and tell my fellow countrymen about it. That's very touching, Mr. Natsume. Or, in perhaps less veiled terms, you wish to withdraw halfway around the world to escape the terror of the Reaper's curse. That's not it at all! The more I learn of literature, the more this strange feeling claws at my insides. I feel compelled to return to my roots and attempt to pen a work of my own. Oh, I see. A work of literature by Sōseki-san. Could be an interesting read. Says about, like, the guy who's gonna be one of the most important Japanese writers of the Meiji era. God damn. And what about Miss Sato and yourself, Mr. Naruhodo? Sorry, what about us? Will you return to Japan alongside your mustache compatriot? Why would we? We're in the middle of something here. A week has not yet passed since we arrived in London. And only now does it feel as though we have finally found our feet. And you are accommodated in a hotel at present, are you not? That's right, but we need to find lodgings before it bankrupts us. I've calculated we can only afford another 10 nights before our entire budget is exhausted. Well then, you could take my lodgings. Oh, the windowless room. Ah, but what it lacks in windows, it more than makes up for with a floor, a ceiling, and walls. Great. And of course, I'd be happy to leave behind the accursed evil spirit. My, an evil spirit? Oh yes. It tries to suffocate you while you sleep. It's an infallible wake-up call. We'll think about it, if that's alright. Perhaps I can offer a more welcome alternative. Would you consider taking lodgings with me?
Really?
Well, a vacancy has conveniently presented itself. Though it is up in the attic, I might add. Are you sure it isn't just a storage loft? I spoke with the landlady this very morning on the matter of price, and Iris is cleaning the room as we speak. You must come at once. I presume you have no luggage to speak of.
Oh, this is simply wonderful. What an honor to be invited to take in lodgings in the great detective's office's attic. I'm too overcome for words.
So suggesting we look elsewhere is out then. Great. And it's settled. Iris will prepare a welcome dinner this evening. And you must come too, Mr. Natsume. I insist. I don't know what to say. But thank you, and yes.
Wonderful. Then I'll go and complete the paperwork for your formal release, Mr. Natsume. I shouldn't take long.
Somebody's happy. Not me. Clearly. Look, I knew that you wouldn't let me down. I'm truly delighted to have met you here in London. Likewise, Mr. Natsume. It's been a privilege meeting you two. It's a shame that we're going to have to say goodbye so soon. Well, I've come to realize that I belong in Japan. But look, we'll meet again one day. Yes, I'm sure. And hopefully by then, I'll be a successful lawyer. Hopefully by then, I'll be a successful author. Well, my dear fellow, our carriage appears to have arrived. Shall we go, Mr. Naruhiro? Yes, Mr. Sholmes. I little doubt Mr. Natsume will be released in time for dinner this evening. And so, with Sōseki-san's innocence successfully established, we rode with Mr. Sholmes to what was to become our new home, 221B Baker Street. But the attic of it, not the actual building, like the attic. 20th of February, 4:41 p.m., the attic room. Well, it's a nice attic at the very least. So this
Is to be our new office, yes.
or office? I rather like the sound of that.
Me too. It's simply wonderful, isn't it?
I hope you can see this, Kazuma. It's only a small step, but I like to think we're getting a little closer to your dream now. So, my dear fellows, do you like the place? Oh no! He took off his coat! Disgusting. Ah, Mr. Sholmes, yes, thank you so much.
It's a delightful room, Mr. Sholmes. I simply adore it.
Good, I'm pleased to hear it. Iris and I are delighted to welcome you.
I hope everyone's hungry. It's nearly time for dinner. We need as soon as Mr. Natsume arrives. We have a lot to celebrate. Iris, you must let me help you. Alrighty then. Susie, you can be in charge of the salad. Splendid.
Well, that happened. Oh, Mr. Naruhiro, how does it feel to have your own office in the capital? It's very exciting, actually. I just wish it wasn't attached to your house. I can't help wondering what adventures awaits us. Ha 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 ha. Those were precisely my sentiments when I first established my office at these premises. Until I discovered the dark truth about the city of London, that is. Story? London is a glorious place full of wonder, opportunity, prosperity, and mirth. Okay, Sholmes, no offense, but I've never met anyone who has lived in London, and I do know a couple of British people who would say that about London. I actually know someone who had to move out of London because they got debt in there because it was so expensive to live there, and it sucked ass, basically.
Like, fuck London, no offense. I have never heard anything good about London from anyone who has actually lived in London and or spent time in London a little bit. It's like, yeah, touristically speaking, sure, you can spend like a week and it's fine. You go to a hotel, it's cool. Living there, though, is like, no, fuck that shit. So, with the brightest of lights, that's the darkest of shadows. Shadows? What do you mean? Well, I believe you're well aware of the murkiness that lies behind London's facade already. So once again, Mr. Naruhodo. Welcome to London. Yeah, I don't want to be here. Fuck England, actually. Of course, at the time, I had no idea of the significance of those words that Mr. Shobsok actually spoke. But it wasn't long before my turn came, to leave the facade and see the true depth of the murk that lay behind it. Well, sure. Considering we had like those sound issues and that took me a hot second to fix, let's start the next episode then. Oh, interesting. It's the first time that the game gives me this. The Hand of the Basket. Oh, okay, we're doing that one, huh? Yeah, we just finished it. Yeah. We can start this shit.
It's coming! Sholmes's cry pierced through the thick wall of fog around us. Wisps of vapor flowed over the pistol as I cocked it, and I waited, breathlessly, in the stillness. The silence lasted for what seemed an eternity, until, at last, it appeared. From the shadows of the cloud, an enormous beast sprang out upon us. A hound it was, but not such a hound as any mortal has ever seen. Its eyes glowed with a smoldering glare. The whole of its ox-sized body was outlined in white-hot flames. Its rumbling pant and hideous howl, so terrified was I that I began to tremble with fear. "Look well, Wilson," Sholmes declared, gazing upon the mystical beast. "For this is the diabolical hound of the Baskervilles."
You know? I think that the sound thing happened another time. But I don't remember if it was a mainline Ace Attorney game or if it happened while I was playing Investigations. I want to say it was something that happened while I was playing Investigations, but I don't think so. I think I was playing the first trilogy. So it might just be this. It might just be the game that just fucked up my sound settings. Which, yeah, and I'm gonna upgrade all of my drivers in a second, like once this is finished, but... Our first 2 months in London passed by in a flash. Like, I heard that the game has some, like, bugs and shit, but that is not a bug that you expect. Like, oh yeah, sometimes it fucks up your sound configuration. In that disconcerting courtroom experience we were first thrown into on the day we arrived in the country, and in Sōseki-san's terrible ordeal that had followed closely behind, we had emerged victorious. However, there then came an abrupt end to our opportunities to appear in court. Which was hardly surprising, of course, since I was nothing more than an amateur, an unknown student of law from a faraway land. So life in a little office was very quiet. That is, until it was shattered one day by that fateful telegram. 15th of April, 9:13 a.m. Naruhodo's legal consultancy. Well, that's a lot of knocking. Ooh, we made the place fancy. That morning, I was woken by the unreserved knocking on the door by the telegram boy. But after he'd gone, Sato-san's behavior became very obviously strange. Susato-san?
Yes! Is it time to leave for Kora already? Let me see, what case is it today?
I don't think I'm scheduled to defend anyone at the moment, am I?
Oh, no, of course not. How silly of me.
But I think Iris said she would make us breakfast this morning. So shall we go down to Mr. Schultz's suit? Sweet.
Yes. Iris makes the most delicious breakfast food.
She does, doesn't she?
And once our bellies are full, we can leave for court in fighting fit form. Let me see, what case is it today?
Here we go again. So, what was it about? The telegram that was delivered this morning, I mean.
Oh, a telegram. I don't know what you're talking about.
Sorry, but you're not going to get away with that.
Well, I didn't think I would. Actually, don't give it a moment's thought. It's nothing. Nothing interesting. Boring, in fact. It was just a boring old telegram.
That's 3 times now that she's tried and failed to convince me it was nothing.
I promise that I'll tell you about it at some point.
Alright, I understand. I suppose Sōseki-san will arrive back in Japan by... will have arrived back in Japan by now, won't he?
Yes, I should think so. He left immediately after that terrible ordeal. Which would mean he should have completed the voyage already, or be just a few days away.
A fortnight ago, we had that very long telegram from him, remember? Complaining of seasickness. But by and large, it seems the voyage has been going well.
Is something wrong, Naruhodo-san?
I was just wondering, what might have become of Sōseki-san had he stayed in London, that's all.
You mean, as regards Lord Van Six, the Reaper?
Yes, I can't help wondering if seasickness would have paled into insignificance in that case. What is it they say, that no one who stands in the dock can be saved from the Reaper, right? Like the way that nightmarish trial ended on the very day we arrived in London.
Even to Monson, the cause of that dreadful fire is still a mystery.
Yes, but at least Sōseki-san is safely out of the country now. Presumably that means...
But the curse of the Reaper can only take effect within the confines of the city of London, perhaps.
Even if that's the case, it's little comfort. I have a terrible sense of foreboding. Foreboding, rather. I can't pronounce stuff.
If the legend of the Reaper is to be believed, it would mean he wields a sword of justice himself.
Come to think of it, I wonder what he's been up to these past 2 months. Surely not wielding that sword against more acquitted defendants.
No, I don't think so. Apparently, Lord Van Six hasn't appeared in court once since our last encounter.
Oh.
Yes, it's Sōseki-san's trial. He's withdrawn from judicial service again, it seems.
Really? Just like before, when he wasn't seen in court at all for several years. So it's just been me who's had to face him in his recent spate of trials then? Ugh, just my luck.
I wonder if luck doesn't come into it.
Sorry, what was that?
Oh, nothing. Never mind.
Well, we will get a breakfast. I want some pancake. Iris, will you make pancake? I hope she makes pancake.
15th of April. Sholmes is sweet. Sweetie. Morning, Rana. Morning, Hershey. Good morning, Iris. Who the fuck is playing? Iris? Why is it, Mona? What is that terrible noise? It sounds like a cat being strangled. Ah, yes. You noticed that, did you? Ah. He isn't in the best form this morning, it seems. Hello. Hello, Mr. Schultz? Good morning? Good morning to die, perhaps. Has something happened, Mr. Sholmes? You look miserable, and the way you were playing the violin before, like, mostly I'm happy that you look miserable. My analytical mind is dead. Music is dead. The world is dead. Damn this blank existence! That's all it is, my dear fellow. Nothing of consequence. Okay, so he's having one of his depressive moments. Can somebody bring him some lithium? I'm just saying. I'm afraid I don't understand. Well, what I mean is that he's bipolar. Like, can he have some lithium to you know, fix the fix the situation? Oh, Iris, isn't it time we ate? Some dry toast, and insipid coffee for me, if it's not too much trouble. Oh, look, it's Waga High. Good morning, boy. I love you. That must be some sort of tiny door for cats to use. Yes, that is indeed a cat door for cats. But how did he get in here? How did he get there? Well, everyone, time for breakfast. Oh, wonderful. Let me help you, Iris. Oh, it would indeed be a fine day to die. I knew something looked different. Something's missing from Mr. Sholmes' desk. I'm gonna regret this choice, but I wanted to die. Oh, you seem to be very unhappy this morning, Mr. Sholmes. What happened? It used to be the case that in my hands, this violin sung like the dawn chorus. Its melodious tones would make flowers bloom. It would? But now, the muses are unamused with me. The goddesses of music have thrown me over. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? For hours, I have vowed, for days even, through the night I have endeavored, to no avail. Sound, my tone, is lost. That brilliant, clear, and wavering tone, gone forever! No more resistance, no more pride and emotion! Well, you haven't been practicing much lately, have you, Harley? Don't worry, I'm sure it'll come back to you in time. Heed my words, Mr. Naruhodo. The goddesses of the arts are fickle. One day they bestow genius on a man, the next, they unmercifully withdraw it. Fucking relatable. I get writer's block often, so I understand, but also that's your fault, you're not practicing enough. I force myself to write while I have writer's block on purpose. Because that's the only way
fixes it for me. Oh dear. Why is this happening to me? If they took the turn I have for the violin from me, what is left for pity's sake? What is left? Deduction, perhaps? Isn't that what you're known for? You're a detective?
Mr. Shams, I don't like to pry, but your desk looks rather empty today.
Ah, well done, Mrs. Sut. Your observational skills do you credit.
Oh no, Mr. Shams, they pale into insignificance when compared to yours.
You'd struggle not to notice, wouldn't you?
You mean Hurley's Grey Analytic Telescope? That's at Windy Banks now.
Sorry, at Windy Bank?
No, Windy Banks, the pawnbrokery.
Pawn? What?
You mean you pawned that enormous machine of yours?
It has some considerable value, you see. Quite undeservingly. But isn't it a very important machine for your work? I do wish you had consulted us if your situation had become so desperate. I should have gladly passed what little income I have to you.
Here, madame, things are far from desperate.
But the pawnbroker has your wonderful machine. How can it be anything but desperate?
Making use of a pawnbroker is quite ordinary here in London, I assure you. Is it? It doesn't sound ordinary at all. It would seem that neither of you fully understand how pawnbroking works.
Oh,
What's to understand exactly? What do you mean when you said we didn't fully understand how pawnbroking works?
to the people of London, pawnbrokers are kin to banks. Banks? On Mondays, merchants relinquish their finest jackets and trappings to the pawnbroker of choice. With the money they receive in return, they are able to trade happily through the week.
I think on Saturdays they go to recover their things using the money in the event.
No idea. This has been a fascinating lesson for us.
Everyone does it, you see, especially people in Inner London.
And should they have money to spare, they would purchase another fine jacket. Not to wear, obviously, but to pawn, should the need arise. Oh, how ingenious!
Yeah, whenever we have something that's getting in the way, we leave it at the Windy Banks, you see.
A pawnbroker can be thought of as an extremely secure vault. Who would have thought that even pawnbrokers are different here in Great Britain?
Of course, you have to watch Hurley with it. Sometimes people think he really shouldn't. Don't you, Hurley?
What does it matter? The world is said to me now.
Actually... Yeah. Can I speak to you, honey? Mr. Natsume's cat seems to have settled into his new home then.
Oh yeah, and I've become very attached to little Waggy.
It would appear his previous owner is completely forgotten to him. Cats are unfeeling creatures. Their meows as empty as the hearts of the muses.
Okay, Sholmes, I'm throwing you out of a window for that one, again. I hate people who hate cats. You just don't like that you cannot, like, force them to do tricks and shit. Like, I get it, you like dogs more, but like, don't be a don't be a dick to cats. Cats are fine, cats are babies.
If instead Natsume had no intention of taking Waggy back to Japan, I wonder why he kept him in the first place.
I expect he would have taken him if he could, but pets are strictly forbidden aboard steamships in our experience.
And for good reason. Terrible things can happen if the rules of passage are not obeyed. Well, I don't mind, because Waggy is adorable.
I love cat.
Yes, he really is. Oh, yes, what about the door?
I don't remember seeing that tiny thing in the main door before. Where did that come from?
Oh, you know, you're out of 7, you know. Look, I use this. It's my latest invention.
What? What is that?
I call it the cat flap mat. Gosh, a machine for making those shoes for cats. That's right, it can make a cat flap for a little furry friend like Waggy in seconds. And you can do it in any dough at all, no matter what it's made of. It's very powerful, you see.
Wouldn't it have been quicker to just make the cat flap rather than making a machine to make the cat flap?
Well, yeah, maybe. But now I can make cat flaps any way I like. Oh, I think it's wonderful. You must make one for us in the office, in the door of our office upstairs, Iris.
She really knows how to come up with unconventional inventions, this girl.
Oh, what was that?
Well, hi! That wasn't a good sound.
What was that? Oh no! Oh, I tangled up in your violin! I think he thinks it's a toy.
No! What's he doing to it?
Oh dear, Mr. Schultz's precious violin. Why should I care?
What?
I shouldn't be surprised if the cat is a more accomplished musician than I now. Mr. Schultz really is in poor spirits, isn't he? Well, anyway, I'll put it back where it lives, shall I, honey?
Out of the cat's reach, if possible. Maybe we should assess the damage. So this is the violin, is it?
It's a Stradivarius, one of the finest violins in the world, made by the renowned Italian luthier Antonio Stradivari.
That cat destroyed a Stradivarius, Jesus Christ. Oh, I see. It doesn't really look like anything special to me.
I happened upon it covered in dust, languishing in a pawn shop down a nondescript back alley. The broker had no idea of its value, so I was able to purchase it for a mere 55 shillings. How honorable of you! And until today, it has been my faithful companion in every great Paganini-inspired performance I have ever made. I ask you, is there a reason to live in a world devoid of music, to tolerate its blank existence? No! There is none! Mr. Shelms? What, dear madame, what? My thoughts are preoccupied with fancies of release from this dull routine. Well, it's about the violin. It looks very different to normal, don't you think?
Hmm? What do you mean, Mrs. Otto?
Oh, she is right. Yes, the tone of the wood is completely different. And that's not all. I'm sure there was no crack here before.
Wait, it's not even the right size, is it?
What's this? I'm terribly sorry to have to tell you this, Mr. Sholmes, but that instrument isn't a violin at all.
And what?
I believe it's an entirely different instrument called a viola, which is slightly larger than a violin. What? Oh, Mr. Sholmes, are you right? You're right. You are quite right.
This isn't my faithful Stradivarius?
So what?
Pray, is this piece of strange flotsam? Not your faithful performing partner, then.
Ah, I see what must have happened.
You do, Iris?
This is just a simple mix-up.
It sounds like Iris might be able to tell us exactly what's happened if we ask her. What do you mean by a mix-up, Iris?
Well, you see, this violin... this violin was at Windy Banks until last week.
At the pawnbrokers.
Not Mr. Sean's beloved musical partner! There is a proverb from the East, with which you are no doubt familiar, my dear fellows. Always let a beloved child travel.
Yes, indeed.
So you send your beloved violin to a pawnbroker's in the hope that it would experience personal growth?
What a wonderful idea.
This week I pawned my great analytoscope in order to release my precious instrument. But it would appear Mr. Windybank mistakenly furnished me with this swatty fiddle instead. But my ears cannot be deceived by the hollow timbre of this piece of timber. No, but your every sense was deceived by the fact that it just had strings. Pshwa, a fine state of affairs this is. And why I always say, Mr. Naruhodo, never trust a pawnbroker, they will try to fiddle you every time.
But earlier you told us that you could think of a pawnbroker as an extremely secure vault.
Come, Mr. Naruhodo, dilly-dallying will get you nowhere.
Sorry?
Crunching your toes with that vacant aspect, freezing your coffee so obtusely. You're not a little embarrassed by your own conduct considering the urgency with which we are faced?
We must visit Mr. Windybank's bakery at once. That's right, isn't it, Mr. Sholmes?
Precisely, Mrs. Edgar. Without a moment's delay!
But I haven't finished my bacon and eggs!
My dear fellow, surely you do not still intend to crunch your bacon with an increasingly vacant aspect, to freeze your eggs even more obtusely.
Alright, say no more.
Let's go then, motherfucker.
Don't worry, I'll be happy to hear it up for you again later.
Oh, thank you, Iris. You're the only person in London who has been kind to me. Who is not, you know, also Asian. Or anything that is not British, anyway. As it happens, I am rather curious to see what a British pawnbrokers look like. But that's gonna be next time. I think I made up for like the technical difficulties that we had today. I'm gonna make sure to check all of my drivers before tomorrow. Although I'm pretty sure it might have just been the game. Anyway, that's gonna be everything for today. Thank you everybody for being here. Oh god, Sholmes again. I wish he had just stayed depressed. Tomorrow's something else, and then on Friday we continue case 5. I think it's 6 cases this game? It's either 5 or 6, so either we're getting like some kind of we're gonna be left hanging for the sequel, basically, since it's, you know, it's a duology. Or we're gonna have a 6th case, and that is the one that's gonna leave us a little bit of leeway for the next game. Like, it's gonna leave us with something, which we're gonna start the second game immediately. I'm not gonna wait. But yeah, we're close to the end for the first one. Anyway, again, thank you for being here. Have a good rest of your day. Have a good start to your week. And I'll see you tomorrow for something completely different. And then on Friday, again, for more of the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles. The adventures of me complaining about Sholmes being Sholmes every single time that Sholmes is a screen, because what else am I supposed to be doing? Really, what else?
Hi everyone.